Hey everybody, we're back with another Sunday showcase. Actually, I think I've changed the size. No, the size is fine now. Yeah, that's good. Back with another Sunday showcase. The intention today was to do Scarface, The World Is Yours, chosen by Lino. Unfortunately, Lino is not currently available and would not be able to see it. So, Scarface has been postponed to next week, when Lino will be available and able to see it. Instead, I've chosen an interim Sunday showcase to do. We're playing Shinobi for the PlayStation 2. Presented by Sega. Oh, I love Overworks. They did Skies of Arcadia. I love it when a game warns me that a game's going to have extreme violence and gore. Jansen, thank you so much for the raid. Hey Megumi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, everybody. Shinobi, which, if you take a look at the copyright on the bottom, developed by Overworks. What else do we like from Overworks? Skies of Arcadia. Ah, you're doing Sleeper. Hey, Chanson. I don't think any of my mods are here yet, so let me do this. We give you plenty of shoutouts anyway. I appreciate that, Chanson. It was really cool of you. Hey, Sina. I know this game is generally not really well considered by people who were into the original Shinobi games, like the arcade ones and the ones on the Master System and Mega Drive. But from everything I've seen, says it's pretty good. Hey Derek Field, welcome back to the stream, buddy. Well, Overworks, if you've ever played Skies of Arcadia, Overworks were able to make some really nice looking games. Skies of Arcadia is obviously a Dreamcast game, but it uses everything it's got artistically to great effect. Shinobi. Sonic's fine. Ups and downs, honestly. We did the Sonic Marathon in August. Fine. This game is available on PS3. Decided to wait until you finish. That's fair enough. Alright, we'll be here when you get back, Megumi. Yeah, that's fair enough, Jansen. We're going to be holding off the Skies of Arcadia Redemption playthrough until after we've done Tales of the Abyss, which will hopefully give you enough time to play through it. If not, it should give you enough time to get ahead a good amount, because I'm not sure how fast I'm going to be going through it. Alright, I appreciate you stopping in, Zina. So yeah, Tales of the Abyss will be starting this week. I have also added a new point reward, if everybody wants to check the points. For 100,000 points, you can redeem a playthrough of Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Probably worth noting that that playthrough will be with the hard-type mod on PlayStation 2. If you choose to redeem it before the HD version comes out, we'll be doing that. If you choose to redeem after the HD version comes out, we'll probably still be doing that. You know what? I might want to swap these two. There we go. It's like, oh yeah, no. Lock on with R1. Change your target with R2. So I was like, okay, in combat I'm gonna have to bring up the second finger. Skies of Arcadia Redemption should be paused, actually. I did put the pause on it. I don't know if that was like a limited time thing. Let me check. Welcome back, Megumi. Yeah, it's currently paused. You can't redeem it. It's on the list, you just can't redeem it. So it never went off. So, Shinobi, is anybody who... just checked it, because I have infinite points. You don't even need the points to check it. Like, go into it, click, and it's like, reward is temporarily unavailable. So, Shinobi, if you know anything about classic gaming, you probably know Shinobi. One of Sega's big arcade hits, probably in comparison with like the Ninja Gaiden arcade game. although it went further than Ninja Gaiden on home consoles. Yeah, Shinobi, Revenge of Shinobi. I think Revenge of Shinobi was the one that had Batman and Spider-Man in the Japanese release. So, here's a fun fact I'm aware about with this game. The scarf was apparently not intentional. I think somebody put the wrong number in when coding the scarf and made it a lot longer than it was supposed to be. And they were like, you know what, that looks really cool. So they kept it. As far as I'm aware, this was the last Shinobi game. I know fans of the classic Shinobi generally aren't overly fond of it. And it, as far as I'm aware, has nothing to do with the classic series. It's like when Ninja Gaiden was rebooted on Xbox, you were still playing as Ryu Hayabusa. But in this, you're not playing as Joe Musashi, you're playing as a guy called Homura, I think. Alright, thanks for the lurk, Megumi. And thanks for stopping by. This does look actually really nice. The question is going to become, like, how does this compare to the Ninja Gaiden reboot? Because I've heard this is also really difficult. It looks pretty good. Pretty fast-paced, acrobatic, very fluid movement. The scarf is actually a really cool idea. Make it a lot easier to keep track of your character in frantic, fast-paced fights. Which could be a problem in, like, anything, really. I've dabbled in some of the old Shinobi games, but I'm generally not into arcade games. Not really from the time. And I didn't have a Sega system. The only Sega system I've ever owned is the Dreamcast that I bought last year. Let's get started.
Brother, I thank you for all that you have taught me until this day.
It is time for us to...
Yeah, Bane will agree with you. Hosuma, not Homura. Yeah, Bane will probably agree with you on that, Sana.
This is the way it must be done.
This is ridiculous!
You knew this day would come. Their fate lies beyond our reach now. We can do naught but wait and watch.
Come.
Let us begin.
Yeah, I'm generally not really into arcade. What do you reckon the chances are that other guy is going to be the main villain?
The earthquake struck Tokyo. A mysterious golden palace has appeared in the center of the capital. And its appearance has brought creatures called Hellspawn into the city.
Ooh, Hellspawn. This game didn't get a sequel, but it did get a spin-off called Nightshade on the PS2, which I haven't actually played. $2,000%.
The Oboro clan has come under my absolute control.
Calling it, he's the main, he's the other guy. Calling it.
And so begins the final stage of the ritual.
Right, of course I know. I need to do those games. I have them on my shelf sealed over there. I've said it before, but like, I got both the Rado Kuzunoa games on PS2 fully sealed US copies. It was cheaper to buy them both like that than it was to buy a European used copy of just the first game. And the second game wasn't released in Europe.
The capital is all but paralyzed. I heard what happened to the Oboro. I know this must be difficult for you. The force field is spreading! We can't hold out!
We will be arriving momentarily.
It's too dangerous.
There's some pretty high quality CG cutscenes again.
I'll get off here.
Roger.
I'll get off here because I know something's about to destroy the helicopter. So, bye. Well, Hellspawn have invaded the capital. We can blame all the damage done on them. That huge sword mark going down the building? That wasn't me. It must have been Hellspawn. Region locking never really had a good reason to exist, honestly, beyond publishers not wanting to lose a little bit of money because, oh, a game might be cheaper elsewhere
These talismans.
because of different strengths of
I
currency.
shall have my revenge.
That was the excuse Atlas had for why Persona 4 Arena on PS3 and Xbox 360 was the only... No options, damn it. Why Persona 4 Arena was the only game on those systems to be region locked. Because both the US and the Japanese versions had the exact same content, including voice acting, and I think the Japanese version had the English language option, and vice versa. And they were released very close together, so Atlas decided to region lock the entire thing. What makes it lamer is it took them, what was it, like 7 months to actually release the game in Europe after that. Which was great, because, you know, it's not like anybody in Europe wants to play the Persona 4 sequel. This camera control is so loose. I don't know how I just did that. We'll get used to the camera control though. Movement's pretty nice. Yeah, back in the day it was physical differences in cartridges. The Super Famicom looks different to the Super Nintendo in the US, specifically so that you couldn't play each region's games on the other system. But there's no good reason for it, especially back then when the import scene was nowhere near as widespread as it was. The reason why Europe got the Super Famicom design on the Super Nintendo is because, thanks to the difference in the power regulation, meaning we had 50 Hz while NTSC standard was 60, we couldn't play Japanese games anyway. Often the thing with Europe is they don't want to make the effort of translating the game into other European languages. That looks nice. Like German, French, what have you. Final Fantasy VIII, I think, was the first Final Fantasy to be translated into languages other than English. But if I remember rightly, that translation for Final Fantasy VIII was the other languages were translated from the English translation. It's like they didn't go from Japanese to Spanish or French or whatever. They went from Japanese to English to Spanish. So like that. It all came off the English version. Regionalization has always been just kind of an issue. Thankfully, it's kind of going away now, especially with the prevalence of digital games. It's a lot easier to deal with that now. For example, like, I did Kyoei Toshi on my birthday. It's a Japanese game, I got it off the Japanese PlayStation Network. PS4 is not region locked, which is nice. So I got myself some Japanese currency onto a Japanese account and just bought it. So it's simpler than ever, and the attempts to region lock stuff at this point is a lost cause. Actually, you know what that reminds me? This is listed as the right Shinobi, weird. Especially since Twitch got rid of the other... Like, any games with the same name are listed as the same game on Twitch ever since Twitch did that. It's been kind of an issue, and I was expecting to have issues actually getting this game listed properly. But no, it's listed fine. I would have thought the Mega Drive version would have been more likely to have the proper listing.
I shall have my revenge.
This is pretty neat. Good arcadey fun. Arcade style fun on PS2. Not quite as stylish as Ninja Gaiden, but it hasn't hit as hard as Ninja Gaiden does by this time. Because Ninja Gaiden hits hard quickly. Like, it very quickly introduces you. Hey, Lino. You get home okay? You doing alright? Made a back save, that's good. That's good to know. Fire scroll. Yeah, if you haven't played Ninja Gaiden on the Xbox or like the PS3 version, Ninja Gaiden Sigma, it hits pretty hard, pretty fast. Combat-wise, and really pushes the acrobatics. Like to make sure our own are okay, Lena. Good, it's good stuff. Good community we have. Really thankful for this community. Yeah, it's a good community. Been very fortunate to build up a good community. I have the choice of Ninja Gaiden Black, which is the enhanced edition released on original Xbox. Alright, we'll be here when you get back. Honestly, what I need to do is have the mute set to a button, but I'm not sure how to do that. I've got Ninja Gaiden Black, which is the enhanced edition released for the original Xbox, widely known as like the harder version. It's like, oh hey, you heard how hard Ninja Gaiden is? They re-released it and made it harder. Kind of like the opposite of Devil May Cry 3. It's like, hey, you heard how hard Devil May Cry 3 was? They re-released it and made it easier. That's a helicopter. To be fair, the Devil May Cry 3 thing was the result of bullshit anyway. Because the original Western release of Devil May Cry 3 they switched the difficulties. So in the original Western release, the normal mode was Japanese hard. I always hate in any game when you've got to fight a helicopter in melee and the propeller blades can damage you. Though I'll be honest, this is actually only the second game I can think of where that's actually a thing. So the first would be Ultimate Spider-Man. Ultimate Spider-Man has you fight during the final boss fight with Venom. You have to stop him from destroying a helicopter. And he'll go and attack that helicopter, and you have a problem dealing with him there, because he'll turn around to attack you if you attack him, and Ultimate Spider-Man had the really wonderful idea of removing the dodge button that Spider-Man 2 had, and just making dodge jump. And so what happens when you're trying to get Venom's attention, fighting him next to the helicopter? Oh, he goes to hit you, you dodge by jumping, you jump into the propeller blades. It's a really poorly designed final boss fight. That worked. That's still my kill. You don't get credit for jumping in and throwing a kunai at the last second.
Leadership suits you well.
Ageha.
You have no qualms about fighting your clansmen, even if they are already dead. Kobushi-sama told me what happened. I guess the Oboro village truly was destroyed.
You left the Oboro clan. These are not the affairs of a rogue
The
ninja.
Oboro are dead! You are the leader of nothing!
Their deaths shall be avenged by my blade. I do not need your help. Leave here at once.
Makes me think of Kasumi in Dead or Alive. It's like, oh yeah, no, you left the ninja clan to try and find your missing brother. That means you're no longer part of our clan, which means we are honor bound to kill you. Okay.
Moritsune!
Stay back, Hosama. You are the leader of the Oboro now. You must be strong. Hurry. Take the sword. Take Akujiki. Do not forget. My spirit shall forever be by your side.
That's pretty stupid. Making use of the emote. Yeah, I remember when I killed my best friend, possibly brother. Whatever. As far as I know, it has no relevance to the current situation, but I thought I'd remember it for no reason. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. Let's go. Arcade action. Wow, you do not maintain your air while you're in a combo. That's kind of surprising. You know, I'm so used to games like this letting you maintain your altitude during a combo. It's really weird to have that not happen. But yeah, so far this plays pretty well. Quite enjoying it. Don't know what that is, I'm gonna slash it. Gonna do my arm fold walk. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Let's go! I want to try something here. Alright, I'll be here when you get back, Jansen. Nice. I've just jumped up here. And the walls are specifically designed so that you can't cling onto them down here. Interesting. I wonder if there's a limit to how far you can run on the wall. Before you have to jump off. It's interesting this game doesn't really have a tutorial for any of this. Like, Ninja Gaiden did actually explain your moves. It's like, hey, do the jump thing where you jump up a thin shaft. It's like, told you how to do that. Told you how to do a lot of things, actually. Like, whatever criticisms you want to give Ninja Gaiden difficulty-wise, it told you how to play the game. Neat. I'm liking this movement. It's fast-paced, but it's not too fast. So it doesn't feel tedious, but it also doesn't feel hard to control. Camera placement was a little awkward though. Oh, another gold coin. Am I gonna be able to run across that wall? Yeah, 20 followers away from the Final Fantasy 13 playthrough. Can't run across there, so how do we get that coin? That's a neat idea. Especially the focus on it. Oh, you pull off combat well, you end up with this. How do you do it? You gotta kill all your enemies fast. Visually cool reward for pulling off the combat well. Did I make that from here? No. Oh, that's gonna get awkward, isn't it? How prevalent are checkpoints in the stages? Do they exist, or are they just not there? Are the stages short to compensate? How does it go? There's a place for a game like this in today's gaming industry. A very arcadey game with console sensibilities. Those things, like, you don't see very arcadey style games anymore, which is kind of a shame. You can argue, yeah, because arcades are dead, but like home consoles were pushing to emulate arcade style games for years anyway. It was a fun idea of gameplay. It was always pretty popular. I mean, you've got stuff like Streets of Rage 4 came out. That seems to have gone down pretty well. Just not... Personally, not overly into beat-em-ups. But hack and slash, especially acrobatic hack and slash. You know, acrobatic anything. I can be into a beat-em-up if it's acrobatic. I like the platforming. I feel usually breaks the monotony up often enough that I can be into it. I should test the limits of like how long I can run on the wall for before I fall off. I need a good place for that. This might work. See if we can get to the end with that. Yes. And you can just turn around freely. That's pretty good. It's a well-designed game. Or it feels that way anyway. We'll see how this gets later on. I've heard it's difficult, but is it difficult because it's difficult? Or is it difficult because it's actually not that well designed? Is it a combination of both? Is it not as tight as it needs to be? See how it goes. no idea how you're supposed to get that. You jump on here? Nah, forget it. That's probably for an expert player. And I wouldn't call myself an expert of many things. Go. Smooth animation. Wonder what Overworks is doing now. I looked into them a while back and I think they were like renamed or absorbed into something else. Like the idea still exists, the company still exists, but there's something else now. They were Sega owned. Where's this last one? I flashed on the wall. Fire scroll. This is probably one of those games that's amazing to see in a speed run. Like Super Monkey Ball. Like Monkey Ball is a lot of fun, but like you ever see a speed run of Monkey Ball? It's like, that was close. Alright. Welcome back, Lino. Just getting to grips with the platforming and taking down enemies who are in midair. Pretty neat. Okay. There's stuff over there. No, this is PS2. 2005 maybe? Yeah, it's a PS2 game. Yeah, you got a spin-off on PS2 as well. Beyond that, I don't really know much about it. I was honestly surprised to see that Overworks developed this. I was not aware of that.
So the last of the vermin has arrived.
Hello.
With your death, so dies the Oboro bloodline. Even the mighty Kabushi lies dying on the steps of Kamano's shrine.
Master Kabushi.
My pain, my suffering. Taste the torture that I endure!
Okay, boss fight, I guess. This could be interesting. Oh, this went nowhere quick. I can't damage him. And my dodges sometimes going in a way that doesn't actually... Oh, there we go. Doesn't actually let me dodge. You know what? I'm gonna call bullshit that he can fall down and survive and I can't. I don't like that. Hate it when games do that. Okay, I think I've got this. The real trick is dodging in the right direction. It's like you don't just dodge through him if you dodge. You get caught on him, and that becomes a problem. Yeah, was this? Shinobi PS2. It was 2002. I was way off in the mark with this. Developed by Overworks. Not to be confused with Revenge of Shinobi, which came out the same year, which was on Game Boy Advance. Originally planned for Dreamcast. Nightshade is a sequel, not a spin-off. There you go. Overworks is... What just happened? Oh, thank you for the gift sub. Lino. To Dappling Sunlight. I don't know who that is. Well, thank you so much for the gift sub, Lino. I really appreciate that. Oh, they came from Chance's Raid. Welcome to the stream then, Dappling Sunlight. I hope you enjoy the stream and get some use out of the gift sub. Yeah, Overworks is known as Sega AM1 now. And 2000, Sega split its development studios into 9 semi-autonomous companies, with AM1 becoming WoW Entertainment. Developed games for the Dreamcast and later consoles, as well as arcade games. In 2003, as part of studio consolidations within Sega, WoW was merged with Overworks and renamed to Sega WoW. Well, I hope that you enjoyed the stream. I hope they enjoy the stream. Overworks development division led by Noriyushi Oba. Initially hired to Sega CS2 department as a planner, worked on titles such as Wonder Boy in Monsterland and Clockwork Knight. Reiko Kodama was developer on the team, which was formed by developers who had previously worked on series such as Shinobi Streets of Rage, Phantasy Star, and Alex Kidd. And of course, they went on to make the best game ever, Skies of Arcadia. Alright, let's actually go back to the gameplay you're here for. With the camera movement, it's actually really kind of awkward to get a good position. And then you want to be in there right after the attack to counter-attack. Oh, knocking them off does actually drain health. That's good. I like that. It'd be nice if it killed them like it kills me, but most games will just completely ignore that the character's fallen off to begin with. That's nice. I like that. That's a cool idea. Yeah.
Akujiki has tasted my blood, drank of my soul, and has finally awakened.
Yeah, 2002. This is earlier than I thought it was. Well, it makes sense if it was being developed for the Dreamcast. Dreamcast was discontinued in 2001. Repurposed development, move on to the PS2. Makes sense. Well, let's keep going.
Ready? I'm gonna open it!
I do like the arcade style of this, though.
Wow! We're gonna get in trouble. You
And the
gotta put
arcade
it back.
gameplay style of it.
No! This is mine!
You think in a village of presumably ninja or shinobi or whatever, you'd teach your kids very early on, don't fuck around with the swords.
What?
Akujiki has awakened. And now it craves but one thing. The souls of people are made up of evil and good, yin and yang.
Okay.
Yin is the collection of all the hatred and pain that people feel inside. Akujiki has consumed the yin of men since ancient times.
Okay.
If left unfed, Akujiki will eat away at its wielder's soul. I fear.
Oh
for your
crap,
life.
we're in Japan.
I am prepared. to
Nowhere
face
in
my fate.
Tokyo will sell bagels, especially not in the middle of a demon invasion.
Hellspawn.
So I remember this being like
The yin of the Hellspawn seems
the
to have
main
faded
reason why
into
this game's supposed to be really hard.
Save Master Kabuto.
Because the sword drains your health
You're
if you don't fight enough.
I will look for Kabushi-sama.
Slice through bagels perfectly. Kujiki has awakened. It feeds on the souls of the slain, blood of your enemies, and yen tate or tate? Oh. But yeah, this essentially means we gotta move. I suppose it also becomes a thing of like, oh, this was the part of Prince of Persia 2 Thrones that I hated the most, where your health will just drain because you haven't killed enough sand monsters. Yeah, now we gotta make a move and do this. Okay, you're new. I'll take your yin. And we're off. So if this works out the same way as Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones, the hardest thing about this game is going to be when you're not in combat and have to go through extended platforming sequences. Because, oh no, your health's draining, and will only stop draining when you kill enemies. Oh, but here's a sequence without enemies. Yeah, back in the good old days of stuff like, remember, like the game trailers top 10s and Screw Attack and stuff like that. I remember seeing Shinobi for the PS2 listed as like one of the hardest games. Let's hope I do this better than I did Castlevania yesterday. Yeah, what's this? Goodies? Kunai. Son of a bitch.
Perhaps this is our destiny.
Of course, the difference in Prince of Persia: Two Thrones as well was dealing with the enemies fully restored your health. Whereas with this, it's like, oh no, keep the yin up, or it'll start draining your health. Also, killing the enemies will not restore that. It'll just restore the yin. You know, a good way to think of it... Shit, I did not see the pit. God damn it. A good way of thinking it would be a drowning meter in a game. Like an oxygen meter. Like, oh no, we've been underwater for too long. And our health is draining now, and we have to get back to the surface. Except in this, we get back to the surface by killing people. Kill people so you don't drown. I feel like that's a good analogy. Okay, deal with this guy. Okay, stay on the offensive, he's not so bad. Dogs giving me trouble all of a sudden when they haven't before. Yeah, it's worth noting actually, something I forgot to mention. I've swapped the emotes around. Previously, because we've got 2 emotes. And previously the thumbs up was the tier 1 emote. And the what face was tier 2. I've swapped them around since people seem to like the what face more. I put them both in tier 1, but I can't do that until I have 15 subscribers at one time, apparently. So I swapped them around since people seem to like the what face more. Yeah, Twitch sucks with a lot of stuff, especially lately. So I think killing people is actually making my sword do more damage. Like, if I kill people quickly and get them into the combo like that, I think the sword ends up doing more damage. But I'm not certain. Like there, both those guys took 1 swipe when usually it's 2 each. A lot of people are enjoying the emotes though. If I'm the only one using the thumbs up, it's fine. Conveys what I need it to when I use it in other chats anyway. I'm not overly fond of how the pause menu doesn't have access to the options screen. Alright. Well, you know, so far I'm quite enjoying this. Damn it! Son of a bitch. Could have had it then if you hadn't blocked that. And I'm also running low on health. Boss? Oh yeah, these are gotta be a box.
Let us rest in peace.
Please, kill us.
Shirogane, Akagane, not you too.
Okay.
Master!
Still gotta deal with the yin system. Do you frickin' ball? Still gotta deal with the yin system even in boss fights. Alright, try again. Oh, I'm going. Hour 5. Alright.
Master!
You're the problem with your range attacks. But thanks to my speed, You shouldn't be able to get away from me. Okay, so the girl's a problem because she has Electro Kunai, which stunned me. So everybody's a problem. Everybody's a problem. But the girl is dead now, and I don't know how that happened. That went a lot faster than I really expected. That was weird. Does the power boost? Does the sword power actually boost with the build-up of kills? Also, considering they seem to be beloved comrades who were being used, it feels incredibly cruel that we suck their souls into the sword. And that's not just me, right? That seemed heartless. Alright, let me get a look at the controls again. There isn't a block. Alright. Nice that it has subtitles, though. Originally in 2002. Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time came out the year after this and didn't have subtitles. You want to make that worse? Prince of Persia: The Warrior Within, the second game in the Sands of Time trilogy, did have subtitles. And then the third game, Two Thrones, didn't. Really weird and dumb. Yeah, it's really irritating because, especially because the Prince and Farah talk to each other outside of cutscenes. Hey, Sands out of work. You get a call at the last minute again? Yeah, it's really irritating. Like, back when I was doing post-commentary with some friends, we did the Sands of Time. And it was incredibly boring because we were talking over all of the dialogue that the Prince and Farah had. So we missed all of the character growth, because that's where the character growth happens. It doesn't happen in cutscenes. Because the game doesn't have subtitles for no good reason. Yep, there it is. It's just one of those things, son. Always gonna be that way. When I did Sands of Time for Let's Play, I think it was last year, the only real way I could think of actually doing it was to just stop talking when the Prince and Farah were saying something. But what else could I do? Miss a load of the story and character development. And without that, you're left with decent platforming sequences. And terrible combat. Combat really drags in that game after a while. You start to dread the combat because you know it's not going to be as simple as taking out a single group. You'll kill everyone in a group and then you'll get the sound of more of them teleporting in. And you'll hate it. Like, Warrior Within really did improve the combat with that. New enemies don't just teleport in, the combat arenas are more varied. There's more for you, there's more abilities to use in combat, and it's far better as a result of it. Tonally, the game was worse. And we can never forget the opening of the Melthong in Storm. Okay, camera, fuck's sake. Okay, let's go. No, we're not done with that? There we go. Need more health, need somebody to kill. There we go. Convinced that your sword powers up with that. There we go. So the smart way to approach combat is to take out the easier fodder first, build up your sword power, and then unleash it on the tougher enemies. Seems reasonable. You might be able to do that. Okay, come on. I think the other guys fell off. Let's see if I can make this. I'd like there to be clearer indicators of what walls you can and can't run on, because now we're back at the start of the stage. Yeah, so far, I quite like this. I think it helps that the stages are pretty short. They might get longer. If they get longer with the current checkpointing system, that'll be a problem. Like, so far, this is pretty reasonable. There we go. Hey, Sandy, did you hear the plan for the week? Like the games we're going to be playing? Yeah. This makes me think, like, I imagine people complained a bunch about the sword draining your health mechanic. But let's be fair, how is this really any different from the old beat-em-up timer system? Fucking hell. Or even something like Time Crisis. Camera might be a bit of an issue. Oh, the other guy got stuck over here, so I couldn't have a full perfect kill here. Okay. Almost an hour and a half. Do I want to split this up? Oh, I consider. Okay. Fodder first. Use the powered up sword to kill the others. Trial and error. Oh, I didn't see this before. That's pretty neat. Hidden little areas. Oh, I want that. Okay, I am at full health. I wasn't sure if I was at full health or if one was missing. You know, with this being an arcade-style game, that the medals are going to do something. So the control menu has the option of mapping stuff to click to L3 and R3, which is nice. It doesn't have a camera center button, which is not nice. You'd think normally that would be mapped to R3. Okay, there we go. All of them? Yes, it is. Awesome. I was actually kind of torn between doing this or the getaway. I thought I'd save the getaway for another time. Bane will probably redeem the getaway at some point. If nobody else does, like, Bane will probably do it. Oh no, the getaway has its fans. Since I didn't have a PS2 until like years later, the getaway is just one of those games I always heard about and never actually played. Although the idea of the getaway, especially the getaway map, seemed cool. But I've heard of the developers bragging that you could use an actual A to Z of London to navigate through the getaway world. Today was going to be Scarface, but Lino wasn't going to be available for it. Lino actually got back a lot sooner than we expected. But because the thought was Lino wouldn't be back in time, I didn't want Lino to miss the game that he'd chosen. So Scarface is next week. And because I know you were in work, San, I didn't ask you to pick one to replace it. It's not really a fault, you know. Like, Scarface will just be next week. Yeah, we're glad Lino's doing okay. Like I said, we'll just do it next week. Next Sunday, the Sunday showcase. And of course, during the week, we're going to be getting back to the RPGs. We got going back to Digital Devil Saga 2, which should be fun. And we're going to start Tales of the Abyss.
Kobushi-sama!
Again,
You're injured.
I was caught by surprise.
I was caught by surprise by a helicopter. That missile has a mouth. I wish it was that easy to take down the helicopters in... Oh, that was a missile we took out like that. Yeah, the showcase was going to be Scarface Megumi. Because Lino wasn't going to be available, we decided to push it off till next week because he was the one that requested it. So, Scarface The World Is Yours will be next week's Sunday showcase. Well, we hope you can, Lean. We hope you can, Megumi. Oh god, its rotors are on fire. Yeah, don't worry about it, Lena. Okay. If we take these guys out quickly. This help? Yes. Awesome. Come on, build up the power. I'll be awkward with you bastards. On. Well, there goes all the power built up in the sword wasted. The sword killed me. This is interesting. I'd probably be interested in spending more time on this. Plays pretty well. Camera can be a bit of an issue sometimes. Hasn't been as much of an issue as it is in Ninja Gaiden 2. I think the camera in Ninja Gaiden 2 is awful. I think we'll take the opportunity, though, to switch to something else. In about an hour and a half, we'll split this into 2 segments for today. So, we're going to go switch, and we'll be right back. Alright, we're back. We change all of this up. SCI Games. Was that a Sierra joint? I feel like it was. And change this up. Vertigo DC's usually more interesting brand. That's fine. So yeah, Constantine on PlayStation 2. Tie-in video game for the Constantine movie, starring Keanu Reeves, which, if you're a fan of Hellblazer, which was the comic for John Constantine, this movie may have irritated you, but as its own movie, like Wanted, it was basically entirely different from the source material, but a pretty good movie in its own right. I had a demo of this back in the day. And that was like the extent I played this. Extent to which I've played this. I remember it being pretty fun. I played the demo way before I saw the movie, actually. The movie had Peter Stormare as the devil, which was incredibly well cast. Yeah, who remembers the Constantine movie? Hey, Magic, how you doing, buddy? I like the movie. Audio levels seem fine. Kind of quiet, I guess. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Doing okay.
This is Constantine. John Constantine. Asshole.
This is pretty much taken out of the movie, though. Although in the movie, he has two guys nearby with a mirror, if I remember rightly.
What the hell?
You guys hear this fine? It's sounding really quiet to me.
I need a mirror.
Oh, there you go.
At least 3 feet high. Now, move!
You know, you gotta give a time video game credit for not just using the film footage of this scene. That's what most of this would have been, just like use the film footage of the scene. Like to completely redo the scene in, honestly, for the time, pretty good CG.
Smile pretty, you vain prick. For your boss. Pull the rope. Now!
Oh yeah, this movie had Shia LaBeouf in it as well. Forgot about that. Battle for the future will be fought. Battle for the future will be fought in the present here tonight. It's a very comic book
time to finish that now.
TV movie kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh yeah, no, the main character smokes a lot, and they've got terminal lung cancer.
I hate going there.
As opposed to it's like, no, they smoked like 100 a day and lived to the age of 65, where they were hit by a car.
Always a difficult one. Are you going to stand in the water or not?
All right, Beeman. I'll get my feet wet, but you'd better be right.
How's everybody doing? Doing okay? Let's see about the audio, because it's all at max. Why does it sound so quiet? Is it coming through quiet for you guys? It doesn't look like it on the audio levels. Going through alright for you guys? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're inverting that. Oh, can we though?
Hell waits for no man.
Yeah, okay, that's better. Not the only game I have on PS2 with Keanu Reeves. That's right, one day you guys will see my copy of A Scanner Darkly. No, the Matrix game. A lot of water.
Stand in the water and play nice. Come on, John. Hell waits for no man.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool. Enter the Matrix and Path of Neo were both developed by Shiny, who were generally really creative. Where is the water? Oh, there it is. It's super obvious. Both developed by Shiny, who were pretty creative. Did some really good work. Did the Earthworm Jim games, if anybody's into those. Enter the Matrix had the problem of it being a tie into the movie that had to be out in time. I've never played Earthworm Jim. I never had it as a kid, and I'm at the point now where it's like, oh, Earthworm Jim. It's the style of platform I really don't like, so I just don't play it. Yeah, I remember playing the demo of this and thinking it was really cool, and just never got to play the game. That's kind of neat. Do a quick turn that slows down time. I wonder who owns Earthworm Jim now. Like, wasn't there supposed to be a new Earthworm Jim game coming out? I played the demo of this back in the day when I, on some level, thought a video game tie into a movie would be indicative of what the movie was like. And it's like, the movie has way less shooting than we've already done. I played the demo before I saw the movie. I say it's not a bad movie. There's, just if you're a fan of Constantine, then you're probably not going to like it, because it isn't. It's nothing like the comics. The show that they did later on with, what's his name, Matt Evans, I think it was. Matt Ryan, that's it, Matt Ryan. From what I'm aware, was way more indicative of the Hellblazer comic book. Though it's worth noting that they still insist on pronouncing the character's name wrong. There's a specific moment in the Hellblazer comic book where somebody calls him John Constantine, and he's like, no, it's Constantine. Specifically pronounces it in the comic, so in the way that, that you pronounce stuff when writing.
Have to jump it. A leap without faith.
There's an interesting thing in the Crisis on Infinite Earths event that the CW DC shows had, which had Matt Ryan playing Constantine again, where they meet Lucifer from the Lucifer TV series, and he calls Constantine Constantine, and Constantine's like, no, it's Constantine, and it's like, that's a weird bit to go out your way for. Hellblazer is overrated, as a lot of things are. It's still a decent comic. How you doing, Teak? Hellblazer is one of those things, like Sandman, that you get the idea was never intended to be part of the mainstream DC universe, and then just was. Like The Killing Joke, where The Killing Joke happened and crippled Barbara Gordon, and then they just brought that into the actual comics. was like a one-shot graphic novel comic done by Alan Moore, and the comics ran with the idea and just kept going. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, Teague. I remember this bit in the demo. Fully control the camera as this demon carries you around and the credits pop up. It was a weird bit, and I've never seen anything like this in other games. Yeah, like I say, I thought the Constantine movie was pretty good. It's probably one of those things. Constantine probably shouldn't have had his own comic going for 300 issues.
There it is. That's the piece.
Probably should have had. I got a second gun. Probably should have been a character who appeared in other stuff. Had a limited series for himself, like 12, maybe 24 issues, and then that would have been it. Like, just to expand the character, and then the character appears in other stuff.
I must be going.
And that is where the demo ended. But no, Hellblazer ran for 300 issues. And then I think the only reason it really stopped was they did New 52 and they replaced it with
for a quiet night.
another comic. I think part of the idea is you kind of need to be already into Constantine.
Where is it?
To really appreciate it, which means they want you to have read Swamp Thing previously. But it's also really difficult to get into a comic series where the main character is regularly moping about the mistakes he's made throughout his life. And how it's gotten people killed. I don't know why people still read Spider-Man.
Yeah, Papa Midnights. Constantine, for you. Ever think of going wireless?
What is it?
I'm calling you right off this time, John. So don't go complaining when I tell you I don't know anything. But a name.
El Rio.
Yeah, I was hoping for a quiet night.
Hey!
But it wasn't in the cards.
Damn you, Constantine.
I've been damned by worse. Much worse.
Is that Keanu Reeves? Because if it is, like, he sounds like he's putting in a really sedate performance. As in, he's not really even acting. Yeah, I'll definitely agree with you though, Teak. Like the Hellblazer comics with Constantine. It's one of those things like, oh, it's critically acclaimed and really well regarded, and everybody loves it. Some of the best you can find in comics, and some of the best mature storytelling, not held back by being a mainstream character. And then you read it for like 25 issues, and nothing really happens. And it's one of those things, it's the same thing like, oh, Final Fantasy 13 gets good 30 hours in. Cool, I'm not wasting 30 hours for the promise of it getting good. I'm not going to sit down and read 50 issues for the promise that the other 250 will be really good. Didn't realise every car on this block was a lowrider. roller coaster. I didn't do anything. I can't see a damn thing. I'm pressing R2 to shoot and it's not, it's R1. Yeah, Constantine, Hellblazer is the same as Sandman. I spent a bunch of time with it, didn't really get into it. Probably is really good, just isn't for me. Does that go against what I said earlier? Probably does. Not mind me, helicopter, I'm just on the roof with guns. Individual bits were good, the continuing storyline was... and I never felt a reason to continue it. Is that... What is that? Just sparks? Not something important? What am I doing on the roof? Am I trying to get down from the wrong side? I have to go through this side. Okay, what is actually going on with this? Hey, Teek, speaking of comics, did you find out whether or not... Oh, it is that way. The thing's shot. Did you find out whether or not DC... like what the price was going to be for DC's streaming service once they take the original shows off and make it just comics? Barely see a thing here. You know what? There's got to be a brightness. That's somewhat better. Is it still... Looks okay on the stream still, I guess. Oh, is it this? Oh, okay. That was a lot of messing around for nothing. Hmm.
The unexpected. It was becoming a common theme of the evening.
Yeah, I'd like to know if this is actually Keanu Reeves doing the voice. I feel like it's not. You don't remember exactly. Alright. $5 more than Marvel. Yeah, it's good to know, Siner. It's good to know. It's like, I'm into DC more than Marvel. I can't really deny that. But at the same time, you've got to price your shit competitively.
Who are you?
$75 a year, that's a lot.
Back to hell.
That is quite a lot. I'm thinking like just as a single payment, £75 or $75. What'd that work out to, like £65, £65? They probably priced it at 70. William Hope is... Oh, did you look it up for me, Sina? Wait, when you say it's $5 more than Marvel, do you mean that Marvel's is 70 a year? Thank you, Sina. I thought you meant like $5 more than Marvel per month. Yeah, no, I thought you meant $5 more than Marvel per month. 75 for a year. Hmm. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, the problem I'm having, I guess, is just that I'm not really considering the big picture, how much you're saving overall. I'm just looking at it as in terms of like throwing down that much money all at once. Is it only a yearly plan they have, or is it? Is that total when you pay monthly? You can go monthly. I'm guessing that costs more in the long run. $8 a month. So times 12, it would be more. Yeah. See, when you put it to me like that, $8 a month sounds fine. And that really tells you the kind of thinking process I'm going through. Like, yeah, it's cheaper to do the payment, but it sounds better. Cheaper to do the yearly payment, but it sounds better in my head for the monthly.
El Rio's a half-breed. Was, anyway.
I've said that with MMOs for a long time. Like, if I could pay for a specific amount of time on Final Fantasy XIV, I would have probably kept subscribing for longer. But in this case, no, you can only play it within this period now. It's like, well, I better play it then. I don't know. And I ended up really burnt out on it.
That would be breaking the rules. And
that's why I'd only buy, I'd only get subscription. Yeah, annual sounds better when you actually sit down and think about it, which I generally don't, because I don't think enough.
No one in or out.
I'll find a way. You distract the cops.
I was saving this.
Stormcrow. That's powerful magic. Sure you want to give it away, Father?
I think your need will be greater than mine.
Lost my train of thought now.
This is bad, isn't it?
Yeah, very bad.
If you can guarantee if you can feel sure about the idea that you're going to read enough comics to justify that over the course of the year, it's a good deal. But knowing how I've been with stuff in the past, it'd be like I'd read stuff. I'd go through a load of it in the space of like a week, and I wouldn't touch it for another 5 months. There was a point a few months back though when I was actually looking at the options for a comic book subscription thing like that. Pretty much based entirely on the stuff you'd said previously, Teak. It's like I think Furlough had been going for like a month at that point. Like, you know, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I could use some time, sit down, and get through some comics. And it turned out there was no good option for it in the UK. Marvel Unlimited isn't in the UK. DC Universe, of course, isn't in the UK. Comixology Unlimited isn't available in the UK.
Couldn't be on the ground floor, no. Just like every other Angelic.
Which is particularly weird because Comixology is available in the UK. Other side. But yeah, the comic book subscription thing, just not really a thing over here for some reason. Nothing special. You were sub to Marvel? How was that working out for you, Si? Because I couldn't find a good thing for it. Possibly. I know distribution rights would make it kind of a pain for DC to bring their streaming service over here. At this point. If they kept it with the videos, the shows. Because like Titans is on Netflix over here.
Apartment keys.
Harley Quinn is on E4. I don't think Young Justice has actually been. I don't think Young Justice Season 3 has been released over here. You bought a few titles. And the sub thinking about is like basically Netflix for comics. It's a cool idea, but I couldn't find anything that actually had that over here. This game is too dark. I can't see a damn thing. Why didn't I find anything like that then?
It didn't look right. Fortunately, I had another way to see. It was a demon half-breed. He wanted to play.
Oh, hey, Black Mask. I have a dodgy iTunes account. I never bought anything off iTunes.
Relax. Relax. Put them down. You need our help here. John,
You look like crap. Come with me.
You bought one thing? What was that one thing, Sana?
Don't know, but it was clear.
You bought Peggle?
He came.
I thought Peggle was free.
He was after, which was more
That was one of those free-to-play games.
Then he left.
Or does it predate free-to-play? It might.
Something has been removed recently. Very unusual for a demon to be so overt. They stay in their place. Usually they're a little more nuanced.
If you're into it, you're going to spend the time on it.
Then why the exception?
Whatever was here was important to someone or something.
You see the thing at the minute that Amazon is trying to argue that
Tell me about Mr. El Rio.
customers who have bought movies on Prime don't actually own those movies now.
Part of the deal, maybe. Vow of poverty and all. They tell me he spent most of his time in the basement.
Make a copy of that for Beeman.
Sure, John. Where are you going?
Wasn't aware they ever did that. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, you want to give people something to play, I guess, inside their video games. Like when they added Triple Triad to Final Fantasy XIV, and then I never played it. I still don't know where Gold Saucer is in 14. I never went there. Yeah. Triple Triad's solid. I played all the Triple Triad I need earlier in my life, though.
Asshole. If the reception is any indication, I'd say something isn't too happy to see me. From the looks of those symbols, this must be El Ryu's office.
I hear something there.
Something's worked this place over.
Hmm.
There's something in here.
Why is it so dark? Yeah, Amazon is doing a whole thing at the minute of arguing that people don't own the digital content they've purchased on Amazon. For some reason.
Beeman mentioned these produce a sound that stuns demons.
Which, you know, is just... Hey, here's a company with all the money in the world, they want more. The fact this kind of shit can even go to court tells you everything wrong with capitalism.
What's behind that door? Gotta be a way up to it.
Was I muted the entire time? Wonderful. Wonderful.
I needed to get past those cables, but the shock would have killed me.
I don't know where that is, and I still can't see a fucking thing. And the only thing I was saying was about that Amazon thing. Amazon. In court making the argument that people who buy stuff digitally on their service don't own what they've bought. Which, the fact that that kind of argument even goes to court for them to appeal it tells you everything that's wrong with capitalism. And like you can argue it's like, oh, people, this is why you shouldn't buy digital. And it's like, that's not a good response. Like, they get away with that shit, sooner or later everybody's doing it. And then, like, surprise, surprise, you'll end up with the problem of nothing's available physically anymore because they can just keep legally charging you for digital. The usual slippery slope. And more people should be up in arms about it. Oh, I actually fell down. Okay. I've said this kind of thing before, like even beyond the concerns of banning or just losing access to all of it. All the systems, push comes to shove, all the systems you can preserve them in some fashion via stuff like emulation, hacking the systems and stuff, blah blah blah, whatever. Starting with the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, that kind of thing is going to stop. Because once they shut down servers for all of that, you're not going to end up being able to download updates. How many games at this point launch with day one updates that fix problems? Oh yeah, no, cool, you've got the disc. Thanks for the lurk, Lena. Like, no, cool, you've got the disc. But the updates don't exist anymore, you don't have that. And in a lot of cases, these games just don't work without updates.
Whatever you had, El Ryu, they wanted it pretty bad.
I have no idea what's going on here, and the game has done a terrible job of making me care. There's like you've got your updates. And when you can't download those anymore, how many games are broken? I barely use discs anymore. I go digital just for the convenience. With a lot of stuff. In a lot of cases, the price is really good. I still have a lot of PS3 games because a bunch of them aren't available digitally. I mean, look at the stuff there. Stuff like Never Dead, I don't think is available digitally. The Ninja Gaiden games, Nier isn't available digitally. Lollipop Chainsaw isn't, Young Justice Legacy isn't, Wolfenstein. Like, there's a lot of stuff that just isn't available digitally. And so I've still got a bunch of stuff like that on PS3. PS4, everything's available digitally. And in a lot of cases, you can just pick it up cheaper that way. And it's convenient, I don't have to worry about the space. Like, I've got loads of games, like games down there. I don't have space for more physical games. It's always kind of an issue when I go out and buy some more physical games for the PS3 or whatever. Like, do I actually have physical space for them? Really? Like, once they shut down the servers for the last generation, these games that don't have updates, these games that launched with game-breaking bugs that were fixed in updates, what are we going to do? An entire generation gone, and the only thing you can do is play the ones that are available via backwards compatibility, if backwards compatibility continues to be a thing. It's like I still have an Xbox 360 because there's a bunch of Xbox 360 games and original Xbox games that aren't available via backwards compatibility on Xbox One. The backwards compatibility dream of Microsoft is nice, it doesn't cover everything. And for legal reasons, probably never will. And you bring up the point of banning. Banning's a good argument. Every now and then you see people have been banned for something for no real reason, or there was a mistake. Mass bans happened, and somebody got caught in it who shouldn't have, and it's just happened. And then they don't care anymore. Just deal with it. Like, cool, all the games I purchased, gone. And if that isn't going to put you off digital, the fear of that, nothing is. If this pipe is blue for a reason, it has to be. The all-digital future is terrifying, honestly. I buy a lot of digital because of price. Sales hit a lot more often on digital. Kind of spoiled with that, honestly. And so I pick games up really cheaply, and then there's the convenience. It's like, oh, let me just press the home button and go back to the menu or whatever you want to call it, and just start a different game. No getting up to switch discs, switch cartridges, nothing. I can do that from here. I don't have to move. The laziness factor, which really does count for something. But it's a big concern. Much as I buy digital, it's still something that does concern me. Where is this thing I'm after? Do I just need to use Stormcrow? can't use Stormcrow. Use Stormcrow. Not that. As far as the bankrupt thing goes, unless the whole industry bubble bursts, I can't see Sony going bankrupt for anything. And it wouldn't just be Sony going bankrupt in that case. I've been seeing stuff saying that, yeah. Like, almost $1 billion. It's like, why? I mean, as a Japanese company, maybe Sony would have an easier time negotiating licenses outside Japan. Maybe. But that's a stretch. I considered Crunchyroll a couple of times, but it never seemed worth it. Yeah, around $1 billion. There was some, I think I saw most articles on it are just saying like, yeah, it's a little under $1 billion. There was one article I saw that actually gave you a closer number. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I considered it, but I wouldn't watch enough anime. At this point, I can fucking climb this. At this point, I don't watch Netflix enough. Yeah. It's a good way to keep yourself focused with that, too. 965 million. What? Yeah, the Funimation split with Crunchyroll was apparently pretty devastating. They're a thing for Crunchyroll. Ads pop up every now and then for Crunchyroll, and it's like, oh, new Crunchyroll original. Animated adaptation of... was it Tokikaku? Fly Me to the Moon.
Followed you down here.
It's like, hey, I read that manga. It was actually really fun. It started off kind of really weird, but it becomes really adorable. This adorable romance comedy. And most of them do go on for hundreds of episodes, so, you know, you're not going to run out of them anytime soon. I downloaded the entire current run of Detective Conan. Because it's like 3 chapters per story. Every mystery, 3 chapters. Cool. And there's over 1,000 chapters. So it's like, yeah, no, I've got a few minutes to kill. I can go through 3 chapters in the space of like 10 minutes. And I could theoretically do that once a day for over a year. Yeah, there's a lot of Detective Conan. At this point, I don't think it's ever actually going to end. I think the smart thing to do would have been to actually end it years ago. And then just keep going with completely unrelated mysteries that are non-canon. But what do I know? What do I know? I don't write an incredibly popular manga series that has been going on for years. Yeah. I say, I don't actually have any focus on taking it seriously. It's just a case of just waste some time with a little mystery arc. Take it the same way as Scooby-Doo, honestly. Is the way I'm doing it. Or was doing it. I've not read manga in a while. Just kind of fell out of it. Really need to catch up with Berserk. Yeah, they're enjoyable enough little mysteries. Yeah, the motivation for it's kind of difficult. Like, it's pretty much always 3 chapters to a mystery. And, like, just do that every now and then, it's fine. Take it like Scooby-Doo. The plot really doesn't matter. Hell, you get to the point where they stop teasing that Conan might actually find the group responsible for shrinking him. And it probably got better that way. Never read that. Couldn't honestly tell you what it's about. It becomes the awkward case, doesn't it? Like, you want to support the stuff you like, but you don't want to be buying them forever. Because there's only so much space in the world. Like you said, you read One Piece. It's like you get all the... What the fuck was the point of this entire area? Like, you read One Piece, you get yourself all the volumes. And at this point is, volume-wise, it's what, over 150? 200, maybe? There's no end to it. Yeah, you probably know my opinion on stories without ends at this point.
Whatever you had, El Ryu, they wanted it pretty bad.
One Piece does progress, but, like, you know my point. And One Piece will eventually end, but you get my point. My first thought was Bleach, but, like, Bleach did end, finally. And at some point I should probably go back and actually read the entire last arc. I stopped reading it during that last arc. Yeah. Reading the shonen manga on a week-to-week basis is awful. I honestly can't blame them for cancelling the anime when they did. Like, the anime was so full of filler. it becomes the problem of like Tite Kubo does good action scenes. He draws good action scenes.
But the shock would have killed me.
I don't know where that is. He draws good action scenes. The problem is you can adapt an entire chapter. You can adapt an entire chapter of action scenes into like 2 minutes worth of anime. If that. Because it's like, what, 19 pages? Per chapter? See, I didn't watch the end of the anime. I stopped watching the anime when it went on filler for the Zanpakuto to Unknown arc. Now, you see, there's the thing. That arc wasn't even filler. I read the Fullbring arc. It was in the anime. It was in the manga. And there is no way for it to feel like anything but filler. Which, you know, is one of the problems. It's like, did you read the manga, Teak? Or was it just the anime you were doing? Yeah, the Fullbring arc was kind of really obviously aborted very quickly. Because it was pretty obvious no one was into it. Yeah, Fullbring was garbage. Nobody was into it. It felt like the Bount arc again. You all watch the anime? The Fullbring arc is in the manga. It's part of the manga. It's to set up Ichigo getting his powers again, so they can go into what was the final arc of the series, the 1,000-Year Blood War, which delves into the history of the Quincy. The problem is, the Fullbring arc was boring as fuck, and had boring characters. The Bout arc was shit, and the Fullbring arc was like that, except it wasn't filler. Yeah, I stopped watching the anime. I had enough of it when it went into the Zanpakuto to Unknown arc. Because it was a case of like, okay, you had the Grimjo fight, and the Grimjo fight was fantastic. And then we're going on filler, and you've got the Captain Emagai arc, which is better than the Bout arc, but is still filler, and you've stopped the story progression. They might have done. My guess is it wasn't well received because, like I say, the Fullbring arc feels like it was cancelled. Yeah, like a build-up of threat. Here's a new villain, and stuff's actually problematic. And it's like, yeah, no, we can sort this all out fine with the pre-established characters. It's like the Captain Emagai arc happens, and it doesn't fit into plot. Bleach just ended up several times. For anybody who doesn't know, Bleach ended up several times just like grabbing all the characters at specific points, stopping the story for a filler arc that was completely non-canon and could never fit into canon. And it did that with the Emagai arc, which happened immediately after the Grimjo fight. And you come back after the Emagai arc, which was like 30-odd episodes long. You come back to progress the plot. Well, that's the thing. The filler arcs, like I say, the Emagai arc wasn't bad. It was better than the Bount, but the story stops for it. And so, it's like, okay, you come back and progress in the plot, and the plot gets interesting. And stuff's happening, and the Shinigami are coming into Hueco Mundo. And the fighting, and it was all part of Aizen's trap, and Ulquiorra is back, and you get some really cool fights, like Byakuya versus that one guy, and Kenpachi versus Noitara. And it's good. This whole thing lasts like 20 episodes. Ichigo is about to fight Ulquiorra, which is the big build-up. It's been built up for like the entirety of the Arrancar arc. And then they just like, well, nope, back to filler. Back to 2 filler arcs. Because they'd caught up too quickly. And at that point I was like, you know what, fuck this. And I just read the manga instead. Yeah, it does. Because there was no good point for the filler to go. No, Arenero didn't fight Byakuya. Rukia killed Byakuya. And that pretty much wiped her out. I'm pretty sure that's how that went down. What the fuck am I even doing in this game? I've been wandering around these sewers looking for a power generator for like 40 minutes. She killed him. She won the fight and then collapsed. Was that his name? Zomari? It's like he says, the filler arcs were pretty good. But the problem was, like, after like the whole thing of the Amagai arc, and then we finally get back to the main plot. And the main plot is getting good again. Stuff's happening. And then just as stuff's about to happen more, the big build up to the fight we wanted to see. It's like if in Dragon Ball Z, if in the middle of the Namek arc, say... Oh, what would be a good point? It's like if in the middle of the Namek arc, like when Goku arrives on Namek, they went to filler, like completely separate filler that has no connection to any of the previous stuff and is completely non-canon and designed to be non-canon. Just a fun little story that uses the characters in some way. And it's like, okay, fine. And then they come back and you've got the rest of the Namek arc, and like the Ginyu Force being dealt with, and Frieza turns up, and all that. And then, oh, people fighting Frieza, Gohan, Krillin, Vegeta fighting Frieza, Piccolo showing up to fight Frieza. And then, just as Goku arrives to fight Frieza, they go on filler again. And that's what Bleach basically ended up doing. And it was why I stopped watching the anime.
A strange key for a strange door.
You fucking kidding me? Is it this door? No. I went back and watched the Zanpakuto Unknown arc later, and it was pretty decent. The problem was it just hit at the wrong time. Yeah, the Fullbring arc was a mess. It seemed like it was doing something. I really do get the feeling it was cancelled partway through. I feel like an editor came up to Tite Kubo and said, like, you gotta rework this shit. Nobody's buying it anymore. And we're gonna cancel you if you don't get it back on track with something people want to read. Like that, it feels like that's what happened. And so the Fullbring arc is a waste, and the anime adapts it, and it just feels like filler.
Must be for that other door.
and more filler on top of all the filler Bleach previously had, I understand exactly why the anime was cancelled. Although I remember reading a while back, I posted, when I heard about this on the Discord, that they were, now that Bleach is over, they were going to be doing the anime of the entire final arc. And I don't know if anything came of that. It's next year. Jeez, it feels like that was so long ago that I read about that. Yeah, the 1,000-Year Blood War arc. Which again, I've not finished Bleach. I stopped reading Bleach during that because reading a weekly shonen manga is awful. I've got Bleach Soul Resurrection, actually. The PS3 game, if anybody remembers that even existed. And that is on the list. You can't get that game for a good price. I paid £22 for it when I bought it. And, like, that was, I think, like 2 years after it came out. At a point where it should be pretty cheap. Basically, Dynasty Warriors Bleach. It goes from the start of the Quackomundo arc to the end of the Aizen fight. Okay, I've got a key for a door. Where does this key go? And what is this? You played it? I played the demo. That was one of the reasons I remember back in the day. One of the reasons back in the day why I made my Japanese account. There were two demos that I wanted to play that were only available on the Japanese PSN. The Godzilla game and Bleach Soul Resurrection. I'm not entirely sure the demo level is even in the full game, because the demo level was based on the fourth movie. Hell Chapter. Yeah, it was the fourth movie. Yeah, it was the fourth one. The first one was Memories of Nobody. The second one was the one that focused on Hitsuga, Diamond Dust Rebellion, I think. The third one also focused on memories, and I remember thinking it was... Yeah, Diamond Dust Rebellion was the second one. The third one also focused on memories, and it had evil, white-haired Rukia. Theta Black, there you go. But it also focused on memories, which, like, the first movie? Sure, fair enough. Because it gives you a whole excuse of why this could effectively kind of maybe be in canon, but also why nobody ever talks about it again. And then the fourth movie was Hell Chapter. Which movie? Theta Black or Diamond Dust Rebellion? I've watched them all. I used to be pretty big into Bleach. Theta Black. I don't remember. The main thing I remember at this point is the two twins, or like siblings, that were really just kind of precocious and irritating, and white-haired Rukia with a scythe. And that is all I remember about the third movie, and like memory manipulation. Which again, like, because they already did it with the first movie, doing it again felt kind of like... Anime movie. The only anime movie I've watched recently was Promare, which was on the recommendation of a friend. It was pretty good. Done by Studio Trigger, so it was like, oh, what did they do previously? Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill. It's like, I like those. I like how over the top those are. So I watched Promare. What about Megumi? Promare was pretty good. Your Name, Your Name. I've probably seen stuff about it. I have no idea what it is. Promare was pretty good. It was pretty good. I feel like I've heard of Paprika. Recommendation, if you want an anime that will make you think, fucking hell, 80s anime was fucked up, Wicked City. Yeah, I was not aware of that. Okay, I've not heard of Tokyo Godfathers at all. Yeah, Wicked City is, Wicked City is very 80s anime. Christmas movie. Go feed your cats before they take you down, Megumi. They'll be coming for you. Take care, Megumi. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a good night. Dude, I've been wandering around this basement for way too fucking long. Where is this key? We'll catch you later. Yeah. As far as anime goes, though, always had the thought with, because like May is Star Wars month, and we did Star Wars month this year. But like, if we're ever gonna do a month of anime games, May is the best time for it. Anime. So I'm kind of the thought that we'll do that next year instead of another Star Wars month. And some recommendations. I put it in the anime and manga chat ages ago. Recommendations gonna be anime. How you doing, Clem? Recommendations for anime games that aren't Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece, Bleach would be pretty good. I don't think you're legally allowed to enjoy the Digimon movie. Are you allowed to enjoy the Digimon movie? I don't think you are. I do have Berserk and the Band of the Hawk. I've got all the Berserk games, actually. We took a look at Sword of the Berserk, Guts' Rage last year. last year? I think last year, or like way earlier this year, the Dreamcast game. And I have a fan translation for the PS2 Berserk game, which we took a look at. We didn't play much of it. We only played as much we only played to a fight with Nosferatu's Zod, which was cool, but the game didn't play that well. And I have Berserk Band of the Hawk. Yeah, we're playing Shinobi. I didn't think it'd fill up a full Sunday showcase, so we switched to Constantine, the game based on the movie, if you remember the movie with Keanu Reeves. And we've been in this one area for like at least 40 minutes. Oof. Yeah, Shinobi was kind of cool. Kind of cool. Be a game I'd be interested in spending more time with outside of the stream. Yeah, I thought the Constantine movie was pretty good. It's like Wanted. It's nothing like the source material, but on its own, I thought it was pretty good. That said, Wanted is very much Mark Millar's usual super edgy shit. That was cool as a teenager, and as an adult, it's kind of like, yeah. Water, bottomless pits, propeller blades, rotor blades, not propeller blades. Yeah, I watched the Digimon movie. I watched the Digimon movie before. I think I definitely saw it before Adventure 02, but it may have been. I don't like Kick-Ass. I don't like anything about Kick-Ass. What was I saying? Yeah, I definitely saw it before Adventure 02. I might have seen it before Adventure 02 came out. And like the first half of the movie being classic Digimon Adventure. Great. Ish. Omnimon? Yeah, no, Omnimon fucking baller. But like the second half? No. Second half was weird, especially for a kids anime movie. Yeah, I don't like a lot of the Mark Millar stuff these days. Like I say, Wanted was cool as a teenager. Edge shit. Oh, the villains won and did some villain stuff. As an adult, it's kind of in the same vein Preacher is, but like way edgier. Preacher at least has a point. I like Omnimon. Omnimon is usually the Digimon I want to make in Digimon games because of the Digimon movie, though. The movie's got problems. The Omnimon bit, great. The Digimon that they were fighting, creepy as fuck. Like, the entire second half of it was just like... And... Tag names. You watch, if you play Digimon World Next Order, the opening has you commanding Metal Garurumon and War Greymon, and they fuse together into Omnimon to fight the monster, and it's pretty cool. Oh, I can pick that back up, that's cool. At some point I should probably do a Digimon RPG, because I haven't done Hacker's Story. I did Cyber Sleuth, I got Cyber Sleuth, I might have gotten Cyber Sleuth when it came out, and I played the shit out of that. I haven't done Hacker's Story. And I like the concept of Digimon World Next Order, but it is very much a Digimon World game. And Digimon World is often really tedious. Whereas the Digimon Story games are just more straightforward Digimon RPGs. Digimon World is very much Digimon raising simulation. And boy, if that doesn't get tedious. Yeah, I recommend Cyber Sleuth. If anybody here is into Digimon who hasn't played Cyber Sleuth, I recommend Cyber Sleuth. Pretty obvious when you play it on PS4 that it's a Vita game. They ported it to the PS4 for the Western release, but it was originally designed as a Vita game. Although nicely, the Vita version was also localized. Which they did again for Hacker's Story. It was weird. Because you got Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, which came out on the Vita, and for the Western release they ported it to PS4. And you got the PS4 and Vita versions in the West. Then there was Digimon World Next Order, which is a Vita game. But when it came out in the West, they ported it to PS4, and it only came out on PS4. And then there was Cyber Sleuth Hacker Story, which came out afterwards. And when it came out on PS4, they ported it to PS4, but still released the Vita version in the West. And it's weird they decided to do that with Hacker Story. After not doing it with Next Order. The Cyber Sleuth was pretty good. The Digimon Nostalgia got me through a bunch of it. The dungeon design is really basic, very formulaic, and honestly kind of bland. And all of the dialogue is in Japanese because they didn't dub it. Next Order's dialogue is in English, if you want to go with that. But it is a Digimon World game. If you played Digimon World as a kid, the first one, it's that. Again. It's not the same game, but it's the same idea. And if you played Digimon World as a kid, you remember how fucking brutal that game was. And it's still that. I think with Constantine, we've found our first dud of the weekend, of the Sunday showcase. It wasn't all that great to begin with when we started it. Yeah, basically. They brought that back with Digimon World Next Order. Like, this wasn't great to begin with. It was okay. Super dark. Like, way too dark. I feel like they knew that. That's why part of the reason why True Sight exists. And then just this entire section has been like, where the fuck am I going? Why can't I find what I need to do? I picked up a key, I thought I was going to make progress. No, I can't find the door that key goes to. I think, like, this is well and truly a dud. Let's got a decent Bleach discussion out of this. You know, that's something we don't get every day. True star of today's show really was Shinobi. I got nothing. We've been around this area so many times in, like, the past. I really do feel like it's been, like, 50 minutes, maybe an hour, just in this area.
This may prove useful.
Okay, I just got a note. Where is it? Oh, now it's there. Okay, that's... The note... The journal says that means something. Means there's something here. It's like, what does it mean? Enjoying the stream? Why? It's been terrible today. Always an experience. Yeah, you gotta play some crap every now and then. I mean, it's kind of disappointing that we went from Shinobi to this. That's it, my experience with this was the demo, and I enjoyed the demo, but the demo was just that opening bit that was pretty straightforward. Remember game demos? Remember how fun game demos could be? Good times. Had some fun game demos that I don't think I ever actually got to play the full games of. Like the demo of Battle Arena to Shinden 2 that I had. Which, until we did the first game for the PS1 Viewer's Choice, was the only time I'd actually played to Shinden. Demos were good. I feel like demos just don't have the same interest these days, but maybe it's just me rather than the demos. They had dinosaurs and manatees. And nine. I feel like the allure of a demo was more interesting on a disc rather than just like download a singular demo. It's probably just a case of like back when we didn't know everything. It's like, oh, what's this game everybody's talking about? Oh, it's this. Apparently it's really good. It's this kind of game. Here are screenshots of it, blah blah blah. But back in the day it was like, oh, here's a demo disc. Okay, I'll check out everything on it then. I don't know, it was more interesting, I guess. Not necessarily better, but it was just more interesting. And there is, of course, the nostalgia hype with it. Teak, you played the demo for Age of Calamity, how is it? Does it seem alright? How much like Breath of the Wild does it feel? So I heard that the entire map is actually going to be Breath of the Wild map, which should be interesting. It's fun. Fun. Is it smoother? There are good demos. And demos are always worth checking out if you're interested in a game, but you're not entirely sure. Yeah, fuck, I wish there were more demos. I never played Ghost in the Shell demo. The only thing I've actually played of it was last year during one of the earlier streams. One of the, I think like the first time I let people choose a game from the PS1, the modded PS1 Mini, and Bane chose Ghost in the Shell. That isn't character mode there. So I think Overboard was a game someone was talking to me about. I was like, no, I've never heard of that. And I looked it up, I was like, wait, no, yeah, I have heard of this. I had a demo of it. Need a haircut. Well, intertwining challenges with a story mode isn't necessarily bad. Making it so you need to do the challenges to progress is bad. Yeah, the only time I played Ghost in the Shell was during that first... time we did that with the PS1 Mini. Apocalypse I actually had as a kid. Apocalypse was kind of interesting. Yeah, if Overboard's the one I'm thinking of... I had like 3 different demos of that. That were all like different areas. It was always kind of an interesting thing. Like, you had a demo of a game that would be in a bunch of different demo discs, and then you get a different demo of that game that was in a different area. It's like Soul Reaver. There was the Lighthouse demo that I saw so much in a bunch of different demo discs of Soul Reaver. But then, like, one demo disc that I've never been able to find since had a completely different area. And that was really interesting. Now, of course, there was also the Net Your Rose stuff, which was kind of interesting. Who remembers Terra Incognita? No? The Net Your Rose stuff, like, if nobody remembers the Net Your Rose stuff, Net Your Rose was, really interesting thing. Sony had... You could buy the PlayStation, and then there were the special black PlayStation units you could buy for an increased price that you could develop games yourself on. That were more expensive, but you could actually develop games yourself on, and a lot of those games were taken together and packaged in demo discs as Net Your Rose. And it was super interesting. There was some really good stuff there. The one I remember most was Super Bub Contest, which was basically just a rip-off of Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. But I never had Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. I had Super Bub Contest. The shit out of that as a kid. Load up a demo disc just to play that. It was cool stuff. Yeah, Net Your Rose was interesting. I'm tired of this, honestly. I'm tired of wandering around with true sight. I'm not being able to see a fucking thing. Yeah, Net Eurozzi was pretty cool, I think. I wonder how much those Black Development PS3, PS1s go for now. Let me take a look. I'll probably find that more interesting than this. eBay. Net Eurozzi PS1. Over £1,000. It makes sense. They were expensive to begin with, and there weren't many of them sold. I don't think there were many of them that existed. There's one here, £460 with no bids on. It's fascinating. Scarface was going to be today, but Lino wasn't going to be available for it, and I didn't want to do the Sunday showcase Lino chose without Lino being here. So Scarface is going to be next week, and Steiner will be picking the one after that. Which means, Steiner, if you haven't chosen a game, you get another week to choose a game. I think this, more than anything, has really said I shouldn't choose the games. There's a winner. Had you chosen a game yet, Steiner? No. One or two in mind. You say them now if you want, but if you save them, then it's going to be that one you say. And for anybody who didn't hear earlier, we do have a new points reward. For 100,000 points, you can redeem a full playthrough of Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. If that is redeemed, we will be playing the hard type mod, which adds a bunch of quality of life features to the game. And if you play it on hard, is an extra challenge that has been added. If you play it on normal, you just get the quality of life features, which is really nice. Some of those features have actually been added to the HD remaster. Yeah, maybe one day, probably get a bomb of it. We'll do an entire stream just on Net Eurozzi games. There were enough released on demo discs that, like, we could do an entire stream on them. It was a really cool idea. Very similar to the way, like, Unreal 4 was just, like, I think the Epic put Unreal 4 out for free now. Maybe for people who want to develop with it. Was that a thing? I think that was a thing. It's kind of like that. Let amateur programmers make their own games on a console. Back in the days, like, before indie stuff on consoles was a thing. Before indie stuff on PCs was really a thing. Like, predates Cave Story. Like, you think old indie stuff, you're either thinking, like, stuff like the ZX Spectrum era, or Cave Story. Like, there's no real in-between. I think Cave Story's on the list, actually, because I've not played that. You know what, Magic? You can choose the one after Sana if you want. The Sunday Showcase after Sana. The list is on the Discord. It is 3 posts long. But you can pick any one game out of there. And we'll do it. We'll do it in a Sunday Showcase. Yeah, I think this entire session has just been like, no, don't. I shouldn't pick the Sunday Showcases. Blitzer Boy, Blitzer Boy. It rings a bell. Which one was Blitzer Boy? Yes. Yeah, thank you, Magic. Yeah, I've heard of Blitter Boy. I did play Blitter Boy. It was one of the things, like, a lot of the games either were just like proof of concepts, demos, or if they were actually complete, were more likely racing games or puzzle games. It's what made Terra Incognita such a fascination. It was a full game. I don't think it was a huge game. I never finished it myself. It was kind of hard to do. I don't think it was a huge game, but it was a full game. Like start and end. And I don't think there were any other examples of that on Net Eurosa. You sure about that, Magic? If you can't make it, I understand. I don't want you to feel obligated to skip a stream. To skip doing one of your streams to come and watch mine. I don't want you to feel like that. We've got time anyway. Now, if you choose one, Magic, it'll be 3 weeks. Scarface is next week, then it's Steiner's pick, and then yours will be after that. So, let me check the date. 8/15. It would be the 22nd. This has gone nowhere, this entire game. We've definitely been here for like over an hour. Mm-hmm. What is the actual solution here? Okay, it says we've seen the locked door, but where was the locked door? Alright, I've got this. This is taking a needlessly long time for no reason. You want to see the solution and how stupid I am? You can get rid of that.
Let's see what you've been hiding, El Ryu.
We were there for over an hour. Because of that. Why do I have followers when I do shit like this?
An old toy of El Ryu's. I could use this.
I have hidden the artifact near the cistern room and left it protected by my magic. If you are reading this note, then I have already left this plane. The burden falls on you now. The Sangre de Dio must be protected at all costs.
As you should, Magic. As you should. Entire thing, mess. The worst part, I killed myself to get a look at where the power generator was again that we needed to find. This, they didn't properly show me. Before I killed myself, I moved the dumpster. So I knew we could move the dumpster.
Now I can get past those cables.
God damn it. So there's no real excuse for me taking over an hour for that and having to look up a guide. absolutely terrible. Yeah.
Ego poor sit para.
Kind of thing doesn't happen these days with how everything is always so signposted in games. A very different age of gaming. And always something I do kind of worry about, at least in some part of my head, when I go back to an older game. Especially a shooter. That felt really prevalent in shooters at one point. Alright, let's at least finish this level off before we call it. Tomb Raider was... Well, that was kind of the point of Tomb Raider. Like, say Tomb Raider was bad for it, but that was always kind of the point of Tomb Raider, the exploration, try to figure that out. And just persevering through that. That was really just to get past a locked door? Or a broken door? Jeez. I'm at the point with modern games of like, I don't know where to go and the game hasn't told me and I can't figure it out. This is probably a glitch. Like, that's where I am with modern games. Oh, nothing is... I did what I was supposed to do, nothing's automatically progressing. They've not told me where to go next, like what's going on with this. The game's probably glitched. So I'll usually, like, restart. Restart from a checkpoint, or... kill myself to get to the last checkpoint. It's not always because of a glitch. But it is because of a glitch often enough. Yeah. It's not always, but it's often enough. I mean, that itself is just kind of the problem with modern games, I guess.
Bio-Riz.
I need more ammo. Oh, I'm picking the nails back up. That's kind of neat. And that's a good idea. I like that. Okay.
He's got my weapon! This is crazy! I didn't sign up for this.
Oh, great. You know what the truly ridiculous thing about this is? Look at the viewer count. I look at the viewer count and it's sat at 9 at the minute, which makes this one of the more populated streams. Like 9 is a higher number than we usually get, and honestly I think this stream has been terrible. That's a buck. There's a difference between suffer and run around in a circle for over an hour though, I think.
Exorcism spell.
It'll always amaze me how many people will pop into like a Superman 64 stream. And the weirdest part about that is, like, who's looking for Superman 64 these days? Like, who might be interested in Superman 64 hasn't already seen everything they need to see? That went horribly. I completely misjudged what kind of enemy that was. I think there was a sink back here. There we go. Okay. You remember third-person shooters before the over-the-shoulder camera of Resident Evil 4? Remember those horrible, horrible days?
All was dark, so dark you could almost feel it. But I had my vision.
It's been super dark the entire time. I've been using the special vision the entire time because of that shit. Okay, what's going on? Back in the office, I guess. You know, I really will be glad to get back to RPGs this week. Halloween's been nice, but like... RPGs, I can relax and really figure things out.
Where did that old fool hide?
I say that as we're going into Tales of the Abyss, which is not a think-it-through RPG, so... No, you better learn your combos and button presses.
Looking for something? Maybe I can help.
Action RPGs.
Whatever it is they were after, it's gotta be around here.
What if it isn't around here and that's why they couldn't find it? We should take a look at what the bonuses we've unlocked actually are. It's like, what do you think? What kind of thing do you think would be a bonus unlockable you get for picking up collectibles in a movie tie-in game? Because I bet you it's screenshots of the movie. You guys remember that kind of thing? Where you'd get a movie-based game and like the unlockables would be stuff from the movie. I feel like there was at least one game that let you unlock a trailer of the movie. That sword? Sangre de Dio. I've got a DualShock 3. My guess is, though, if you don't have a DualShock 3, you just can't play it. That's how Heavy Rain is. If you've ever tried playing Heavy Rain without a DualShock 3, you actually can't. Like, if you've got a third-party controller, the game will play properly up until the first motion control instance, where you'll have no way of doing it.
Powerful magic. Nice work, El Ryu.
Yeah. The worst part about the DualShock 3 thing... Is that a K? There. Worst part about the DualShock 3 thing... H... is... the Lords of Shadow games on PS3 for some reason require DualShocks. Why? Yeah, where is that? That's like a Disney D. Like, they don't have motion controls, but for some reason, if you've got yourself a third-party controller, the analog sticks don't work. It won't register the analog sticks. Yeah, getting yourself an actual DualShock 3 is... it's been difficult for years. The fakes have just been around for so long now. But because you need the motion controls, you need a proper DualShock for a bunch of the games. Not like a PS2 where it's like, oh, I've got an actual DualShock 2. Cool. Don't need one. You get yourself a decent third-party controller.
Why would a half-angel give up immortality for this? It had to be important. I need to see Beeman.
Okay.
Thanks for getting us this far. But I'll be taking that now.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. You want it? Try and take it.
I don't think this guy wants to play nice.
I'm gonna strip the flesh from your bones. I'll spit out your soul.
I seem to be stuck. What can I do with this? Break apart and reform an attack. Cool. Not actually giving me a solution for that. Do I just run? Nope, won't let me.
I'll spit out your soul. You're going to hell, Constantine. Gonna strip the flesh from your bones.
I have no idea what I'm doing here, because none of my damage seems to actually do anything. Okay. Hit them to break them apart, and then shoot the stuff.
You're going to hell, Constantine.
You got a gun?
I'm gonna strip the flesh from your bones.
I can't tell what exactly I'm even supposed to be shooting. It just looks like he takes damage sometimes. Well, you know, I think that's fine to call it there. That boss was really dumb. It's weird to introduce as the first boss of a game something as finicky as that, with no indication of how to deal with it. Yeah, Constantine is a dud, I think. The first dud of the Sunday showcase. Also, Folklore is on the list. I believe it is on the RPG list, not the Sunday showcase list. Let me check this. Yeah, it's on the RPG list, not the Sunday showcase list. So it's a game we'll get to for the RPGs eventually. But it is not for the Sunday showcase because I intend to play it all the way through. But that's going to do it for tonight. I want to thank everybody who joined me. Everybody who stuck around through this honestly terrible stream. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat for keeping me company. Signer, Teak, Clem popped in, Chanson for the raid, Megumi, Derek Field popped in, that was neat. Thank you, Clem. Magic, of course. Teak. Let's start from the beginning. Signer, Teak, Clem, Magic, Derek Field pops in, Megumi, Chanson for the raid. Anybody I've missed? Don't think so. Lino, of course, Lino. Lino popped in. I'll be honest with you, Teak, I don't think Peter Stamari's even in the game. Yeah, don't worry, we got Lino. I don't think Peter Stamari's even in the game. One of the best parts of the movie. Peter Stamari is the devil, and like a really interesting incarnation of the devil. Not fire and brimstone, just like grease and tar from, I think, look like tar, like black liquid. It's fascinating, interesting depiction. I don't think this even follows the plot of the movie. Let me take a quick look. And video game developed by Bit Studio, who is no longer trading because of course they aren't. This was their penultimate game. The last game they did was called Payout Poker and Casino for the PSP. They were making a Die Hard game for Nintendo 64. Some recognizable stuff here. Spider-Man Return of the Sinister Six, which is garbage, honestly. They had some involvement in the Super Nintendo version of Terminator 2, which is absolutely terrible if you've never seen it. Oh, they developed it. It was published by Flying Edge, and yeah. But the game. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't look like it follows the movie. Yeah, I'd say Peter Stamari's Devil was not an 80s yuppie. And Peter Stamari's The Devil was really interesting. Like, so atypical. Peter Stamari is great. I was disappointed John Wick 2 only had him at the start. Like, it would have been great to have more of Peter Stamari in John Wick 2. Yeah, that's going to do it for today. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Thank you so much for the support. I always really appreciate it. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat. Thank you so much for keeping me company through this horrible stream. We'll be back either Monday or Tuesday with Digital Devil Saga 2. Details will be in the Discord when we're going live as we return to Digital Devil Saga 2. Next Sunday will be Lino's choice of Sunday Showcase, Scarface The World Is Yours. I look forward to that. If you haven't seen Scarface the movie, I recommend checking it out before you see the game, because the game is an alternate sequel idea. It changes the ending of the movie and leads into a completely new plot with that. It is on Netflix if people want to check it out. But we have 9 people in here. Who is live for us to stream? Rebel is live with a lot of people doing RE3 make, and Mew is live without many people doing World War Z. But World War Z is a multiplayer game, which makes it a hard recommendation. Of course, we want to also thank Chansum for the raid. Let me give Chansum a shout out while I remember. Chansum, super cool dude, and obligatory shout out for Teak, who is super cool, and also Magic, who is super cool. Do we have anybody else I want to shout out in here? Amber is lurking. Let's give Amber a shout out. She's pretty cool. Yes. The shout outs. Well, it says we got 9 people. I don't think either of these people work. G3. I was lurking in your stream while you were doing remake randomizer, and then I went to bed. The movie setup was a neat idea, Teak. Really have to give you that. It was a really neat idea. All public domain movies. Yeah. I actually saw the other day somebody's got a remastered version of Nosferatu up on YouTube. That could have been interesting for you. The 1922 German, I think it's an expressionist film. I don't know genres of movies like that. But yeah, I don't feel like either of these streams that we have live work for this for us to raid. So does anybody have anybody for us to raid? Anybody got anyone they follow that could be good for a raid? Who's live at the minute? They need to put the remake of Night of the Living Dead on Netflix. That's a good time. Tom Savini does good work. With special effects. As a director, he's alright. And of course, there's the Dawn of the Dead remake directed by Zack Snyder, which I think was 13 years after the Night of the Living Dead remake. Anybody get anybody they follow who's live, who we could raid? Who might appreciate a raid, who could work? Not at the minute, no. Yeah. Because they're all here, yeah. I feel like most of the people you follow, Signer, is because I recommended them. Nuclear reaction. It already has 48. That is a lot. I don't usually even go into streams with that many. Now, let's see what they're streaming. Yeah, no, it's like we said with Chansome earlier. We've got a good community. I'm very happy with the community that's built up around this. Cool people. What is that? New. There it is. Big enough to be verified. Jeez. Dark Souls. Yeah, I feel like anybody who's big enough to have the verified mark doesn't need a raid from us. Now, let me see this. Any games? Games. And it's like, oh, let's check out Silent Hill. And the first result is verified with 5.5k viewers. Like, I don't think they need a raid of 11 people. Just jumps up now. Shame it's a Sunday and Teak isn't gonna go live. And there's this one that only has 2. See how that goes. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? If the stream loads. Headphones. Yeah, listen to this. That's always the thing, saying you always want to support the small streamers. How many? 3,000 followers in. I'll probably get people coming in then. I don't know. Like, the biggest streamer I follow is Rebel, and I'm the only person on Twitch currently streaming Constantine, the video game. The fuck is my life? What about Shinobi? Nobody is streaming Shinobi. This entire thing feels like it's a mess. Yeah, thanks, Tig. That's kind of support I need right now in all of this. Yeah, nobody's streaming Shinobi, nobody's streaming Constantine the video game. Although what is nice is apparently I'm now big enough to register on Twitch's searches. There was a huge point previously where, like, I'd look up I have the recommended based on your profile for Twitch is a joke, honestly. So, like, there was a huge point where I'd look up people playing games that I've recently been playing, and it would never actually have me anywhere in that. But now it does, so, you know, that's nice, I guess. Not big time, but you can find me with a search. Oh yeah, the front page will also just give you, like, random shit. What's on my front page? Yeah, the Pokemon stuff. Yeah. Pokemon trading card, Dodgeball Canada, someone playing FIFA, music, poker. Ugh. My shortcut to Twitch is my channel, my stream. And from there I check who I'm following. People are into card game. People watch Twitch now for way more than just the video games. They go with all sorts. Like Dodgeball on the front page. Like, the fuck is that about? Actual live Dodgeball. And the channel streaming it isn't even called ESPN8 The Ocho. Like, what's the point if you're not even going to call your channel ESPN8 The Ocho? Am I just going to raid Rebel? Nah, you know, let's leave it. We don't need to raid somebody every time. I don't want to drag you guys along for it. Ape Escape 1. Ape Escape 1's on the front page? Oh no, Ape Escape 1 is on the list, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, all three of the Ape Escape games. Did you actually finish Ape Escape Magic? Because I know you were playing that for a while. I don't think I saw you finish it. Yeah, Ape Escape 1, that game where they decided to make it so you have to have a DualShock controller, like, oh, yeah, no, use both analog sticks. Move with the left analog stick, attack in a specific direction with the right analog stick. I could play Ape Escape for a few hours, that wouldn't be bad. Has anybody just miraculously come on? No, they haven't. And chances are nobody will. Alright. Yeah, might as well call it there then. We've done a bunch of shout outs. Lino, you don't stream, do you? No, so there's not really a point giving you a shout out, unfortunately, then. But Lino's super cool here. Really appreciate the subscription you gave out today. It was really cool here. Thank you so much for that. The person you gave it to didn't follow us. They came in with Chansum, and I think they lurked for a bit and then left. Didn't get a follow notification. there's a bunch of stuff on there, Magic. Like, the entire list. All stuff I own. But hopefully that guy comes back to make use of the sub. I'd hate for that to have been wasted. That'd be really unfortunate. But thank you so much for that, Lino. It's really cool of you. It's 2 gift subs you've given now, plus your own subscription. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're back either tomorrow or Tuesday. But when we come back, we'll be doing more Digital Devil Saga 2. As we go back into the RPGs, Medieval will be back on Saturday. We'll finish Medieval off next Saturday. Sunday Showcase. It's just games that did I put Driver San Francisco on there? I just looked at my shelf and like, oh, there's Driver San Francisco. Which I never spent much time with. Yes, I did. Good. Just stuff I've bought and in a lot of cases not touched. In a lot of cases played for maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, if that. Medieval will be next Saturday. Next Sunday will be the next Sunday Showcase where we'll be doing Scarface, The World Is Yours. If you are interested in the movie, I recommend you watch it before then. Because the game goes on from the ending, alternates the ending, and goes with a different idea. To continue the story. Digital Devil Saga 2 will be the next stream. And then we'll be alternating between Digital Devil Saga 2 and Tales of the Abyss. Just the first Jak and Daxter. I have the trilogy. I have the HD trilogy on PS3 and I have the PS2 Classic trilogy on PS4. But my thought with that, a bunch of those games are just the first ones on there. Because, like, do the first, then maybe consider the second. Like Space Channel 5, but not Space Channel 5 Part 2, which I do also have. Ratchet and Clank 1, but not Ratchet and Clank 2, because, like, do the first one first. Ape Escape is really the exception there. Yeah. Alice American McGee's Alice, but not Madness Returns. Yeah. It should have just been like Lego's version of Minecraft. That's all it really needed to be. That's what Lego should really do. Like, Minecraft has been so huge. Do Lego version. Like, don't actually do Lego Minecraft. That was a fucking dumb idea. I can't believe that actually exists. But, like, do build your own Lego world. It's what Lego's about. Why is that not a thing? It was probably a thing in the 90s on PC. Like, yeah, you could probably have DLC of the licensed stuff that Lego has access to. Like, just the base game be pure Lego. Build stuff. It'd be great. But we've rambled on for long enough. I want to thank everybody for joining me once again. Big special thank you to Chansom for the raid, Lino for the gift sub, everybody who joined the chat for keeping me company throughout this mess. Really appreciate it. Shinobi on PS2, cool. Maybe worth a look. Constantine? Nah. I mean, to be fair, you can pick this up. This is like bargain bin kind of thing. You see it in a second hand. You see it in somewhere like CEX. And like it'll be like £2, if that. Yeah, Lego Racer, you can build your own car. That was supposed to affect the stats of the car, and it never felt like it did. But anyway, We got a bunch of cool dudes in the chat worth following. Magic, Teak, Klim. I didn't give Klim a shout out. Here's Klim. Streams once a week on Saturdays if you want to catch him. You can only catch him at very specific times. Chansum gave Amber a shout out. Klim is okay. Klim is okay. He's got a camera now so you can point and laugh at him. Yeah. You can point and laugh at me as well, I guess. You know, if that's your thing. Yeah. But yeah, let's actually wrap this up. Nope. The camera, I was always kind of about the camera because I hate seeing myself. I see myself in the corner when I look at the preview and it's like, it's small enough, it doesn't matter. I can't see enough of it to hate it on sight. I can't go back and watch the archives of the streams with the camera. I hate them. There's very few pictures of me because I hate them. So the camera was like a big kindling thing for me. I did a couple of streams last year with the camera. And wasn't overly fond of them. I think I had the camera mounted on the computer here. And we didn't have the light either, so like the lighting solution wasn't great. I just wasn't happy with any of it. And then I think because Teak started using the camera earlier this year, I was like, you know, if Teak can do this, I can do this. Let's do this. Take inspiration from Teak. And so during Star Wars month, we started using the camera again. I got a streaming light for it, so like you actually get the proper lighting. And then I have a direct focused light over there. It's actually like, I think it's a makeup light, is what it was listed as. Like a circular light, but it like gives like pure white light, and it's the light I've always had now. And like you can see me fine. You got the shadow behind me. You can tell where the light is exactly. It'd be kind of an issue when I go like this. And like, oh, a good part of my face is in shadow now. So yeah. Yeah, like, if you want to go with the camera, go with the camera. If you don't, don't. Like, Rebel, bigger streamer than I am, doesn't use a camera. Fine. Get enough of your personality across in the voice. Yeah, a ring light. It has a warmer colour setting for its light, and I don't use it. I go, like, all the way cold. Like, as white as possible. But I think the key with whatever you're doing with streaming magic is just do what you're comfortable with. Yeah, it's a makeup light. It works. It's what I've always used, and it's fine. Just look at it. Yeah. I could actually unscrew the top. I could get myself another arm for the and it has like the attachment to screw into the same kind of arm that I have for the camera. So I could screw it up, have it directly behind the camera. But I think like this light, because I'm usually facing this way, is like head on at me really works better than like there. It's like I tried it with the light over here at one point, and it was like, oh no, like heavily shadowed over here. Heavily shadowed, like that. So, shadow. Yeah, I think the key magic is to just go with what you're comfortable with. If you're not comfortable with the camera, don't push yourself into using the camera unless you really feel the need to push yourself into using the camera. You're not comfortable with a mic, you don't have to push yourself in there. Do what you're comfortable with. At the end of the day, the stream needs to be for you, rather than the people who follow you. Because if you're not enjoying the streaming, if you're uncomfortable with the streaming, why is anybody else going to enjoy it? It's generally my perspective, anyway. For nobody who asked. Oh, who have you got, Teak? Mew moved over from World War Z to Friday the 13th. Mew's great, but she does a lot of multiplayer stuff, and that's not really for me. Oh, Serial Killer. I recognize that name. What is Serial Killer doing? Serial Killer is currently doing Call of Cthulhu. Oh, the Xbox one. I did this. I did this recently on Xbox. I didn't stream it, I played it. It was pretty good. And it looks like he might be at the start. Yeah, sure, let's go raid Serial Killer then. Thanks, Teak. Alright, so with that, Call of Cthulhu, cool game. I played through it a couple of months back. Really enjoyable. Horror mystery stuff. I found it quite engrossing. I played through it really in the space of like 2 days, but it's not a huge game anyway. Yeah, with that, I want to thank everybody for watching. Thanks so much to everybody who joined the chat, keeping me company, everything. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. We're going to go and raid Serial Killer. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys.